So these are Hall Effect sensor boards. They go into an electric motor. And testing, streaming. Oh gosh, and I'm not muted. And that is why we test. So basically what these are, let's see, So yeah, basically what these are, they're magnetic sensors. Oh gosh, do I have one? I do not. So a commutator magnet would spin against these. This would detect the north and south poles of that rotor and tell the motor exactly what position it is. There's 3 sensors that go into these. Alright. And basically you get a pattern that goes a certain way in one direction, different way in the other direction. Pretty simple circuit. The fun thing that I'll build later on is this thing. This is a Retro Chip Tester Pro. Guy in Germany makes these. And it's kind of like, oh my god, this is dusty. It's kind of like one of these little component testers, only heavily beefed up and capable of testing thousands of different types of logic chips. God, the lag is real. I do something and I see it on screen like half a minute later. But this is a cool little project. This came through the mail. Took a detour to Puerto Rico. No idea why. Went on vacation. Eventually it came back, so I'm happy with that. Bought an OLED display for it. Just a little 20 by 4 character display module. But splurged for the good one. God, on my screen, I'm still packing up that board. That's funny. and terrible. Oh, okay. On my screen, I'm not packing up the board. I'm still pulling the OLED out. Interesting. That's quite the lag. So I actually do this for work. This is actually, if I'm not mistaken, I'm trying to think what everything goes into here. This might be a centrifuge motor. So if you imagine, some motor, this is a DC one, so it has brush commutators. But this is for a brushless motor. The idea is instead of brushes doing the switching, you have magnetic sensors that determine the position of the rotor. That goes to an electronic speed controller, which then in turn controls a fixed stator. On a brushless motor, you have the magnets on the rotor, whereas a DC motor like this one, the magnets are on the housing, and then you get the coils on the rotor. So it's kind of, they're built opposite. Brushless motors are pretty popular with stuff like drones, industrial controls. These, like I said, I think these go into a medical centrifuge. I don't know the exact details of the end application, but I've been building these boards for, oh good lord, when did I start making them? I think I might have started making these around middle 20-teens. I used to make a cable for a surgical tool prior to that. Let's see. Yeah, I think I made that from around 2008 till about 2015. The company that was buying them moved their headquarters, and I think 2015 was about the last time we got an order for them. But then these kind of filled in the place of that, which is fine. And I've just gotta kind of, it doesn't show very well here, but I've got kind of a U-shaped workbench, so I got stuff on both sides. Just laying these cables out on the side so they're convenient. I am not going to get these done tonight. I'm just more or less getting parts prepped, testing this setup with my fancy iPhone 6S that I salvaged as a camera. So dare I ask, does the image actually come through? Is it choppy? I don't know how this actually looks. Alright, that's cool. That also tells me the stream manager is the laggy part and not the actual stream, because that response came back pretty quickly. So it's just me who can't see what's going on. Alright. I suppose I should remember to do things under the actual lens. Well, I can also do this. I suppose I should mention that my workbench chair is actually a modified recliner with about a 4 or 5 inch lift on the rear legs, so it's not actually reclining anymore. It's not the ideal workbench chair, but it functions. I can sit in it. It does pretty well at that, so no complaints. But it is a beast to move around. All right. So this is soldering flux. It makes it so that it doesn't suck to solder these things. Oh God, this is what they call low latency. Oh my God, why is that strobing? I need to get something in the image, I suppose. Suppose we'll start here. Oh wait, no. I'll start by turning the soldering iron on. That might help. The one trick that the recliner works very well in, I can actually recline it so I can reach back easily. Alright. One of these days I'll make my workbench presentable, not just the area in front of the camera. Let's see. High priority task here. reconnect my auto catcher. Oh my god, that thing is loud. You know, priorities. Alright, so basically how flux works is when it heats up, it kind of reacts with, you know, oxidization and impurities on the board. And that basically just makes it so the solder can then stick to cleaner metal. You can solder this stuff without the flux, it's so much more tedious. And then when I'm done with these boards, what I'll actually do is I've got a Anycubic photon with the parts washer, and I have extra wash bins. I've literally got one filled with 3.5 liters of 91% isopropyl alcohol. And I will just dunk the boards in the basket on that thing, run it for 10 or 20 minutes, and they come out clean. I've got a print off camera. I'll probably keep it off camera. It's got, you know, details on it. But according to that, the hulls go in from the side of the board. And those are tiny, tiny holes on the board. So if the pins are not perfectly straight, they do not go in. But standoffs on that side, hulls on that side, and I don't know if it's clear. There's kind of a flat side and sort of a almost rounded side. Rounded goes on the inside, because that's the side that's most sensitive to magnetic fields. One of these days I should get one of them magnetic field viewers and a spare rotor. Oh wow, I held that way off camera. What the heck? And this is why this is a test stream. Okay. There it is. So these are flush cutters. They are very nice cutters. And with these I will trim the leads down. So again, I don't know if this is visible, but there's kind of a small widening of the leads. So these things, they go in a certain distance and stop. So, and then on the other side, like I said, when I cut them flush, I'm cutting them flush. I'll probably do these 5 tonight. It's not a whole lot, but it's a start. I don't even know if it's audible. I've got the 10 hours of Skyrim ambient night rain music going in the background. It's relaxing. I have legit done soldering sessions before, though, where I have listened to Everywhere at the End of Time twice. And I think that means that I am officially insane. Actually, I suppose, how's the sound levels? Does it suck? Does it sound alright? Any music coming through, or not really? Bump it up a little. See if that, if you heard it when I pointed it out, then it's probably at least not overpowering, you know? And I just got a bin under here for extra leads, etc. Hydration time. So this here is lead-free solder. It looks like it's 96.5% silver. I think that's 3% gold, is it? Oh no, wait, hold on. Oh my gosh, I've forgotten my elements. I think silver is the major component of these. Okay, alright. This isn't like the other silver solders that I've used. So this is actually mostly tin. It's 96.5% tin, 3% silver, and about 0.5% copper. Which is, I mean, I guess it's a weird alloy, but it works. Got a variac under the shelf here, connected to my fan. It's literally just a carbon filter and an old industrial fan with a little filter holder kit. Fun part with this is because the holes are so small, the solder really doesn't like to flow through, so it's very often necessary to solder both sides. Oh my gosh, why does this suck? Also, the middle pin is always a pain. I need to just wet this end of this tip. There we go. I'm also desperately in need of new glasses. I'm right at that point where I'm starting to have to take the glasses off to see things close up. That sucks. Because I have a range of about 6 inches before things go blurry on me close up. Which, yeah, more or less amounts to my vision is hosed. Alright, so now I'm going to add a little flux to the back. Now I'm just going to touch up these joints, make sure that the solder actually pulls all the way through the hole. Oh my god, stop sucking. These are surprisingly finicky. All right. It's off camera, but I've got a little cheat sheet literally drawn right on my workbench desktop because I use it frequently. If you use it enough, your desk is a perfectly fine place for notes. But the color pattern for these happens to be brown, red, black, orange, and yellow. So I will load those up. I'm just going to pull them back from the board just a short ways. So you don't want them to be flush. And I'm going to put a small bend in them. Apply a little flux. I'm not nearly out. This is concentrated. That bottle has actually lasted me years. Alright, nearly done with this one. So again, I'm going to flush cut. Then I'm going to reflow these from the other side. Just have these old gum containers that I will dunk these into. This honestly gets the majority of the flux off. The first one breaks down pretty much, well, most of it. I've got a second one with cleaner solution. It's just 91% alcohol, isopropyl. But yeah, this does a pretty good job cleaning them. If I'm really lazy, I can just use the parts washer, but it's kind of what I've always had on hand, so I'll just let that sit and soak for a bit. Oftentimes what I will do is I will let one soak while I solder up the next one, and then I transfer that first one to my cleaner bin. I have flux all over my hands right now. And I missed the trash. So that retro chip tester that I'm planning on making, that thing's kind of neat. it can be loaded with all sorts of different adapter boards. If I want to say dump Commodore 64 cartridge ROM, I've got an adapter board for that. If I want to read some, firmware ROM chip out of some computer, I can do that. Or I can put one in and check it against the database of known ROMs and find out what it's for, or find out if it's even good. I can check computer memory chips, like the old school, DRAM socketed chips, DIP packages, like what you'd see in a old 8-bit or 16-bit computer. I've got a SIM slot adapter, so I can actually test old 30-pin memory SIMs, which is kind of relevant for some of the older late 80s, mid 80s, early 90s computers. So, and that's just kind of tip of the iceberg, kind of what it does. So this should be a fun little project. And of course, I've got a solder bridge. That is a pan of ice. Yeah, my old employer that I used to work at, they got bought out, the company shut down, and I got to walk home with a lot of tools. So, I'm alright with that. Let's see if I can make this work. This desoldering braid it's a name brand. It's not the best stuff. And it really kind of sucks on these really small holes. Oh yeah, one of my best scores. Like I'm not even touching the tip of the iceberg, but all of these pliers, side cutters, this is a Lindstrom. It's a bit beat up. I've been using this since about 2001. And amazingly enough, I still can't see any light gaps through the cutting surfaces here. The plastic's a little chewed up, but it works real good. This actually had a longer tip, but I actually I was dumb and I chipped it. So I reshaped it and made it into a narrow end flush cutter. This one's just a nice, really compact blade. It's not a pure flush cutter. It bevels or tapers at both sides. Yeah, I've probably got over a dozen of these. Oh, you want to see the desoldering gun? I was just lazy. Give me a moment. A little dusty, but alright. Boy, if only I had an outlet. There's one. We'll just do this the easy way. Oh gosh, my lag is real. Yeah, I love this thing. Like, if this ever broke and I couldn't fix it, like I would for real just say screw it and drop the 300 whatever bucks it costs to replace it. I love this thing that much. Yeah, I would not hesitate. Oh, I put away the cutter I was actually using. Yeah, these things are absolutely freaking amazing. Is it full of... I should do this on camera. So yeah. Yeah, cleaning this thing out is just incredibly easy. Done. That was it. Okay, I should probably put it on the right way. Yeah, that's it. It's just spring loaded. I thought it was clogged, but no, it's just the holes are just that small on this board. If I could do one thing different about the design of this desoldering gun, I wish it just had an on-off switch. I've got to actually go and unplug it to turn it off. Yep, that cleared the holes perfectly. Gotta remember to watch chat now and then. Yeah, so I'm just kind of playing with things, seeing what works. I salvaged a fine specimen of a camera, an iPhone 6S. Works though. My main phone is actually an LG V60. I am so annoyed that LG left the phone market. I just loved the stuff that they made. Yup, streaming from a 6S. My other job is kind of like PC repair, tech support, that sort of thing, and every now and then we'll get something interesting to recycle. We'll factory wipe it, and one of the perks of the job. So, I got my shiny new iPhone 6S. Yeah, that's about what it's good for. Just little odd tasks like that, No point in sending it to the apple shredder. So, if you think that's funny, earlier I had another iPhone. So I've got a Mac. I got a Mac Studio as my main computer. But I don't use iPhones. I've never liked them. I never cared for them. And now, granted, I usually keep track of my passwords and stuff pretty well, but I helped someone, or rather I'm still helping them, try to recover an account that they lost access to. And it sucks not having a second device. That process is awful. So I literally have an iPhone 4S. It's not over here right now, but it's hilarious because this is my main phone. The LCD is as tall as this one is wide. It's hilarious how tiny that phone is. And the only thing I use it for is to have a second, like a recovery, phone. I probably don't need it anymore now that I got this 6S, but yeah, it can't run YouTube. It can't run Twitch. It can't run nothing. The only thing it's good for is, please enter the 6-digit code to authorize this device. But hey, it works, I can't get over how tiny that phone is. I'm just so used to phones being so much bigger nowadays. I'm not going to do this at the camera, but this is another thing that I do. I don't know if I can. Keep having to toggle my low latency mode on and off just to see what I'm doing on screen. So, oh my gosh. So yeah, I'll just shine a light through the board just to verify that there's no solder bridges. I actually was doing some woodworking in here last week, and no matter how much I've cleaned, I've still got sawdust everywhere. Oh, old iPods. Again, I don't have it right here. I have a 2005 green iPod mini. Inside of it is probably the third or fourth battery it's on. Maybe fifth? I'm not sure. I don't even remember. Let's see. I literally have spare earphone jacks for it. I bought a bunch of earphone jacks, and I've got them in bins because I realize that those are going to get more and more rare over time, and that is one of the parts that, obviously is going to get wear and tear. So I think I've got like 3 or 4 of them hanging around, just the earphone assembly. But yeah, it was originally a 6 gig model with a hard drive. And since then, I put in a compact flash adapter. And for a while I had a 16... Oh, it's the old 30-pin cable. The old, really wide one. But yeah, I had a 16 gigabyte compact flash card in that thing for years. Then I found a compact flash to SD card adapter, and in that I have a micro SD to SD adapter, and in that is a 128 gigabyte micro SD card. So I think I've got enough space for a few songs. I actually got to replace the battery on that thing again because it does not hold a charge for more than about a day now. Yeah, I really love that iPod. It's simple, it works. I can feel the control on it, so I don't have to look at it to operate it. That is something I miss on modern devices. Everything is touchscreen, which is fine. I mean, I use my phone, connected to my car. It works. It's fine. But man, there's something about being able to just reach for something, spin a scroll wheel, turn a knob, and just have it work like that. I kind of miss that. And yeah, I don't know if you were here earlier, but the reason I'm soldering both sides is the through holes on this is so tiny, it's such a tight spacing that when soldering on the top, the solder really doesn't flow well. This is high tin silver copper alloy, and it just does not flow like the old leaded solders do. So pretty much forced me to have to solder the top and then hit it again from the bottom just because of how tiny the holes are. Again, just doing a simple spot check, making sure there's no shorts. we get a little lead wire action here. I've done these for so long that I don't keep notes on my wire color pattern. I have notes written right on the desk. Alright, so these boards are Hall effect sensor boards. They go inside of brushless motors. And if I'm not mistaken, I want to say that these go into a centrifuge. Kind of like, I think it's a medical centrifuge, like what they use for like separating like blood plasma out, blood components. So, I actually, back in 2020 when everything was shut down, the place where I make these, like, there's like 4 or 5 employees tops, and like 90% of the work I'm taking home to do. And since it was technically for a medical device, it was considered essential. So at the same time, I used to work for a testing laboratory. That's basically, okay. That's basically companies, the way that works, companies will send in like just a bunch of samples constantly picked off their production lines and like food and stuff. What we do is we sterilize containers, put the food sample in with some stuff to make bacteria grow. We put it in an incubation room where it's basically let sit overnight at body temperature basically. Then the next day we see if anything grew. The whole idea with that kind of testing is companies send us stuff from just every part of their production lines for your food products. And ideally, they come back clean. But if something does come back positive for, say, E. coli or salmonella or whatever, the way it works is we detect that. We contact the company that sent us the product, say, hey, you had a positive detection. They can then shut down their line wherever that detection came from, anything that's downstream of that. They can basically go and bleach everything, clean it up, make sure that, you know, they have that contained. And ideally, no one ever hears about that outside the company because they've already nipped it in the bud and eliminated it. The idea is you eliminate it before it ever gets out your door. So, whenever you hear in the news, you know, of like some recall, you know, for some, like a salmonella or E. coli outbreak, it's because the company didn't catch something and let it out the door. So, I worked at that place for 6 years. It wasn't the worst job, but let me tell you, I lost 10 pounds the first week I worked there. You ever incubate eggs at body temperature overnight? I didn't eat much that first week. That was rough. Eventually, you just kind of become desensitized to it, though. But yeah, that was certainly a job. They kind of did a little downsizing, and you know, companies do their thing. You know, you have 4 people in an area, and then someone quits, and then you have 3 people in an area, and they don't hire someone else, and eventually, you know, the area I was in got downsized, so I actually got laid off right before all the shutdowns. So not only was I doing part-time doing this, making more than I made at the other job, but I was getting unemployment too. So I qualified for unemployment. This is like part-time for me. I'll do like, say several hours, 13, 15 hours, in a week. And then I might not have anything for a month. Or I might have like, 30 hours in a week for like 3 weeks in a row and then a week off. It's completely random. It's completely at the whims of what customers order, what they want at the time. Which, it's nice for free time, but it's not so nice for when customer demand slows down. I've actually had spans where I had no work doing this stuff for like 9 months. But yeah, during the pandemic, I was qualified for unemployment, qualified for the what the heck was it? The little, my brain don't work. The extra kind of bonus additional for during the pandemic. And some weeks I had work here, and I didn't, collect the unemployment during the weeks when I had work here, which is fine because this paid, pretty well. But I qualified for all those weeks that I didn't get, and so I kind of raked it in. At the end of 2021 in October. Stimulus. Thank you. I am stupid. So, at the end of 2021 in October, what happened is we got hit by the part shortages. All of a sudden, all this work that I had just non-stop going. I mean, this is going into medical equipment, It was almost non-stop. Any week that I didn't work, I'd get the unemployment, and because I got the unemployment, I got the stimulus, bonuses. It was kind of nuts. But yeah, back during that time, I kind of started, putting my money into a lot of, creator projects, a lot of, comic streamers, stuff like that, And I still had a nice big stockpile, of cash that I'd saved up. So fortunately, when things slowed down for that 9 months, I'd saved enough money to kind of carry myself on what I'd saved. Unfortunately, my current job that I'm at, it took me like 2 months worth of interviewing and stuff like that to get it. And they took so long in order to... it's gonna hurt to say this. I needed just a little bit more money saved up to get by until my next job finally kicked in, and I had to sell my copy of Panzer Dragoon Saga for the Saturn, and I am still sad about that. That still makes me sad to this day. Like, if I had just a little more cash saved up, I could have gotten by, but, it is what it is. But yeah, I'm doing pretty alright now. Kind of in the whole tech support thing these days, and pays decently well. It's the best paying job I've had in quite a while. This actually pays close to that, but like I said, it's just part-time. Exactly, exactly. I'm not even joking. I dropped like $400 on a broken calculator from the 70s last month. It's like, if I want to get it again, I'll just get it again. So, I'm actually wanting to clear up a desk I've got and get an overhead camera set up there too. This workbench is great for like circuit boards and small things, but it's hard to see, but like right here, this is my solder holder. I've got kind of a light fixture here. There's actually a shelf here just off screen where I've got, test equipment and, parts bins and stuff like that. And, hydration time. But yeah, where was I? That was refreshing. My brain don't work. Oh yeah. I've got a shelf here, so, and then where the phone camera. Oh my, the bitrate didn't like that. The phone is actually sitting up off the edge of a top shelf yet, and I've got an oscilloscope up there and more bins and an actual working VCR. But I built this years ago for a specific purpose, and I was building circuit boards back then, so it's only got like what, maybe about that much clearance between the main bench and the second shelf here. But yeah, I want to clear that desk out, get an overhead camera there, so I can put large stuff there. Because I have one heck of a calculator collection. I think my favorite one is my HP 9100. That thing was made, I don't know if that one was made in 68, but it came out in 68. So it is a very old calculator. That was Hewlett-Packard's first calculator. It was the size of like a big typewriter. And it was a fully programmable scientific calculator, and it doesn't have any digital chips inside of it. It's all transistors and diodes and resistors and stuff like that. When they were designing it, they had the dilemma of needing a 32 kilobit ROM to make this thing run. And in 1968, ROM chips didn't exist yet. Or if they did, the military was the only one that could afford to buy them. So the traditional way that you'd make a ROM back in 1968 is you'd use diodes. And I think at the time they were spending about 25 cents per diode for those machines. Well, even if you assume that, let's just say every other bit is a 1, every other bit is a 0. On average, say half the bits are 1. You're still talking about 16,000 diodes. This here is a diode ROM. Let's see, let me fix my lag. Yeah, this here is a diode ROM that I built for my for a Kerbal Space Program instrument panel I'm trying to build. I got flux on my finger. You can see the size of those diodes, and in 68 I think they had bigger diodes yet. Imagine 16,000 of those at 25 cents a piece. Every 4 is $1. That'd be $4,000 in diodes alone in 1968 money, which is insanity. If you're wondering what this is a character ROM that generates scientific SI unit suffixes, so like meters, kilometers, megameters, gigameters, all the way up to yottameters. And what this is for is just displaying like your orbital altitude, like your apoapsis, periapsis. Got on a tangent there with that, but those are diodes. Yeah, imagine trying to fit 4,000 of those diodes. That's I think around, was it 108, I think. So Hewlett-Packard's engineers were kind of dealing with this dilemma. 4,000 diodes is physically too much. It would take up too much space. And it was also monetarily too much. The diodes would cost more than the whole calculator. So their solution was to use no parts at all. What they did, and this is kind of genius, they made a pattern of we'll just use this. They made a pattern on the board where they would have 2 wires crossing in one direction, and then they would have they'd literally cut out segments of this, circuit in order to make like either a left-right or a right-left pattern, and the wires would cross it a certain way, so what you'd get is opposing polarities inducted from one wire to the other, and they would just have a row of amplifiers to drive the one line and a line of sensors to read the other, and they're able to make the entire array using a 16-layer Teflon insulated circuit board. This is in 1968. They were told, you need 4,000 parts and they cost too much. Make this cheaper. And their solution was to use no parts. None. The ROM was literally just a pattern in the circuit board. I love the thinking outside of the box that went into that design, and they made it work. There's kind of a story that goes around amongst the collection circles that when Hewlett-Packard first showed that machine to Jet Propulsion Laboratories, I think one of the accessories that you get with it was an XY pen plotter. So you'd lay down a sheet of paper, this machine would have a pen that could raise and lower, move up and down, left and right, and it could do graphing. Mind you, remember, this is 1968. Every one of those scientists and mathematicians in that room were using slide rules. And Hewlett-Packard comes along and shows them a graphing calculator. Supposedly there was a standing ovation that allegedly lasted nearly 15 minutes. Because these nerds in this room are like, oh my god, I don't have to use a freaking slide rule anymore. And they did that with no chips at all. Just purely transistors, diodes, and resistors. And I would honestly, I'd like to get my desk cleared up and an overhead camera set up over there. Because I think it'd be kind of nice to be able to show off stuff like that, you know? I've got another old machine from, I think it was 1964. God, that thing is 40 pounds. A Friden EC132. And this is a mouthful, a Smith Corona Marchant. That's the company. Commutator 240 SR. That one, I want to say, was 1965. And what's significant about those two machines, the SCM Kagato was started first. Smith Corona Marchant was it was two companies merged together. Smith Corona made like office equipment, like old typewriters, stuff like that. And Marchant, they used to make old mechanical adding machines. And they thought, hey, you know, these are similar, you know, niches. Let's join forces. And so they did. And this guy named Stanley Frankel approached them saying, hey, I've got this design for an electronic calculator. Those old mechanical ones are pretty noisy. And they kind of weren't sure about it. It sounded like a good idea and all, but they didn't want to cut into their, you know, main business either. So they thought, well, how about this? You can design your calculator, and we'll license it to other companies. That way, if it's successful, we can collect royalties on it. And if it's not, no loss off our back. Which, in a sense, you know, is kind of smart. Only the first company they showed it to, Friden, they also were a major mechanical calculator maker. The second they saw it, they said, nah, we don't want that. And then they immediately went and designed their own as fast as they could. What they designed was less refined. It was bigger and heavier. But they got it out the door first. And that's kind of what counts a lot of times with these things. So this Stanley Frankel guy, he actually worked on the Manhattan Project. He was also very vocal about what he thought about nuclear weapons. He thought that nuclear technology should be more academic and more in the energy production fields and less military. And the government didn't like that, so he got censured, which basically also screwed his career. You know, all these, he was this major mathematician and computer scientist, you know, in these early days. And it's like all of a sudden he can't do government contracts. Well, the government and the military were the biggest organizations buying all this high-end stuff and doing all these high-end designs. Like, this was all cutting edge back then. He just got screwed out of working with anyone who was basically doing these government contracts. And so that's why he started fishing himself out to these, you know, adding machine companies. because he figured he had something that, you know, could be developed there. It was kind of him settling, you know. Yeah, the government really screwed that guy over. But anyway, Fridden got their machine out first. It was clunky. It wasn't as well designed, but it worked. And I got both machines. And the 240 SR actually worked for the longest time until I moved a little over a decade ago. And it still turns on and functions, but you can't move what you type in from the keyboard into the working register, which is what it needs to do to actually calculate on it, which kind of sucks because that's kind of an important part of, you know, being a calculator. So it would be kind of interesting, I think, to try to fix that. It's literally probably just a loose connection, or maybe one, you know, part maybe failed or something. But it's such a complicated machine. The top of it literally opens up like the hood of a car. Gotta remember to keep my hands forward here, or I'm just broadcasting dead air. Yeah, if you haven't noticed, I'm really good with tangents. Really go off on tangents. I'm literally just getting started with the whole messing with video stuff. At best, I've got a few little videos here and there. You know what? Give me a second here. Alright. I'm just opening a tab here. I wonder. I've literally. What does this button do? I'll just throw a link in here. So this is a very old video. So blurry, terrible camera, poor lighting, but you can kind of see the machine so it would be nice to set up something a little, you know, nicer to work on machines like that. Actually, I know what else I could do here. So yeah, I've got, oh my gosh, I've got so many projects going on right now, it's ridiculous. My big project right now has been working on Kerbal Space Program Controller. Basically it's an instrument panel, and I kind of took a sidetrack from actually working on the panel itself, and I built a desk. So I built that desk kind of last summer into early fall. Just went out to my dad's farm on weekends and whenever I had available time, and no plans, I just literally built it from scratch with like 3 measurements that I took to give myself like a height to work with. That was it. This desk was built essentially just from brain plans. Not even plans, just sort of winging it as I go, kind of. But yeah, that was kind of my big summer project. I suppose in a sense I do carpentry almost like a 3D printer, where I'm just adding bits at a time as I kind of come up with it. So it's kind of a weird process. But what's nice about this, what's nice about that desk, excuse me, is that it separates into 5 separate parts. The keyboard tray unlatches without tools, so that can then be removed. The top shelf is held on by, I believe it's 14 bolts, and then it just lifts off. And then underneath the bottom there's a cross frame that can be removed with 10 bolts, and that separates the 2 side segments. Each of those side segments kind of have 3 legs and will stand independently. So it's possible to completely assemble and disassemble that desk, move it around with just one person. It's entirely single person manageable. I like it. You know, like I said, I did that desk with pretty much no real plan outside of an idea in my head. And then that console in the middle, let's see, I think I got, there should be, yeah, here. So this is kind of before I was finished staining it, but I did mock up the panel. So that's an aluminum panel inside the main console. That's just a piece of scrap that I bought from scrap yard for, you know, $20 or whatever for the sheet. And I'm going to be cutting into that and mounting actual instruments into. At least some of the instruments are, you know, manufactured, you know, purchased ones. Some of them are things I've completely custom made or modified. And then the gray panel, you know, the horizontal panel that, you know, that will have like toggle switches, joysticks, you know, things like that. Buttons. There's going to be a throttle lever. And those gray panels, they're actually aluminum panels with a rounded front. And then they're laminated with this gray plastic that has sort of almost like a faux leather pattern imprinted in it, like molded into it. And they kind of feel comfortable. It's not raw metal, but it is metal underneath. And then the bars on the two sides that support that, I actually salvaged those out of an Xbox 360 demo stand from GameStop. I actually used to work at GameStop many years ago. Not for the money, that's for sure. For the discount, yes. And when they got rid of the 360 demo stands to put in the Xbox One stand, there was just something they were going to throw out. And I'm like, hey, care if I take this apart? And so I got some parts out of it. So that was kind of neat. I know I've got a picture of the instruments somewhere. Just looking for them. Let's see. Well, here's... yeah, great stream. I'm just showing pictures in chat. So that's my two nav balls. I bought one back in 2015, and I bought the other one just a couple years ago, probably like 2020 or 2021. Mainly because I decided if one of them fails, I don't want to have to search to replace it. I just want a spare to have on hand. So, simple as that. Let's see, where's the other instruments? Yeah, I'm just looking through photos here. Wow. Be nice if I could find what I'm looking for here. Oh, there's the mock-up. Oh, here's one of the calculators I restored. That's what I was originally looking for. So this one is a Sony Sobax ICC 600W. And it was completely non-functional. And I restored that thing using parts from a very busted up 500 model. And yeah, the parts in this are pretty much unobtainium unless you salvage them from a spare machine. Because it doesn't use normal chips, it uses something called a hybrid module what they used to do before chips got cheap was they would take a bunch of transistors and other components, they'd bond them to a piece of ceramic, and then they'd have like printed traces on the ceramic, and they'd basically make almost like a mini sort of half circuit board, half chip thing, and then they dip the whole thing in epoxy. And you could really only find them in similar machines. And yeah, I love Nixie tubes. I'm so glad that that calculator turned out so good. So this is a picture of one of my shelves with the calculators. There's several Nixie tube calculators here. The black one with kind of the silver trim around the keyboard in the middle shelf to the left, that is the Sony that I restored. So that was the one that you just saw with the Nixie tubes. The one below it, that is a Monroe that also uses Nixie tubes. The one with the brown, the wood trim, that's really like wide, that one also has Nixie tubes. In fact, the entire top row there has Nixie tubes as well, except for the TI-92. That's just a 90s calculator. And then that bottom one, the big one on the bottom shelf on the right, that's got a blue CRT, and that's that Smith Corona Marchant Kagato 240 SR that I was talking about before. This one almost works. It's got like one fault that keeps it from sending a signal from one memory register to another one, and it's like the main thing. It prevents it from actually doing any calculations. It's very annoying. So I would love to get that fixed. Actually, this is a good shot of the inside of it. I really need to get my workshop computer set up, because then I'd actually have a computer that I could run all this through. So I could just be showing these on the stream and not just linking them into chat, you know? But then yeah, this is my computer case. One of them anyway. That is a 1939 Philco radio. When I found it, the radio was gutted, and at the same time, I found these old kind of Art Deco-ish style. I don't know if that's Art Deco, but it looks close enough to it to me. Whatever, close enough. I found these mailbox doors, you know, like what you might have in an apartment or something like that. And so I cleaned up the glass. Instruction manuals for the calculators. The only one that has instructions, really, some of them have kind of like almost like a quick info card, like the Sony one, for example. The white panel on top is like a plastic laminated card that shows kind of instructions on how to operate it. I know my HP 9100 has like a pull-out tray with instructions under the keyboard. Yeah, no, I'm just getting... This is actually the first time I've used Twitch to stream anything in like 10 years. I think I went live like 10 years ago just to see if it worked, and that was like it. So this is actually the first time I've gone live with anything like this. Yeah. Somewhere around here is... Oh yeah, this is the good shot. So these are my resource meters for the Kerbal Space Program thing that I'm building. These were not backlit meters when I got them. I modified these to have the custom scales, the custom colored lighting. Yet that is all custom modified. I don't know if I get a good shot here of kind of what goes into one here. Yeah, the other thing I had, and it was tragic. I've got to fix it now. So, oh yeah, here it is. So this was my custom tape meter. This got busted. My shirt caught the corner of it on the shelf, and it hit the floor, and it bent up all the, like the belt gearing, all that stuff. So I've got to redo this thing, which sucks. But this is basically what I'm using as my radar altimeter on the instrument panel. There's a motor that drives this belt with numbers. And then basically it's 6 turns for this belt to make one complete revolution. Then I've got a 6-to-1 belt ratio on the big pulley in the back. So that pulley makes one turn every time the belt makes one full loop. And I have a Hall Effect absolute position sensor on there. So I get a unique position value as a voltage output for every number on this strip, which really works great. If I just wouldn't drop the whole assembly on the floor and break it. So, like I said, I gotta rebuild that thing. That sucks so much. Okay, I know I'm getting close to that picture. I have to be. Wow, jeez. Alright, so here's a bunch of the instruments. There's the picture. Yeah, that one was especially rough because it took so long to get those parts, because I started building that pretty much right when the lockdown started, and shipping just absolutely died. So it took like from May till October for me to get like all the parts I needed to build that thing. So this here is a bunch of the different instruments that I've got. So a bunch of the meters. This shot was taken before I modified them, so you can kind of see just how different they were back then. The nav ball, my digital readouts, which is kind of loosely inspired by the old Apollo, Disky computer. Basically, Apollo, the old Apollo capsules had this. I'm literally gesturing to the screen, and I can't even see it because I'm lagged out again. Apollo had this old, now old. They had a computer interface. There was a digital display here. There was a bunch of like light indicators with different labels. Then there's a keyboard below, and that was their interface for the navigation computer. And so this is just loosely based on that. And then the round meter on the far right of that picture is the vertical velocity meter. That's the one that I personally like to call the "Am I Gonna Die" meter. That's the one you want to get real close to zero when you get real close to the ground. So, yeah, just bunch of different shots of various projects I've been working on. So, yeah, 5 meters a second is kind of, if you're past that, you're collapsing some legs on your lander. Let's just put it that way. Let's see. Might as well show this one too. So this is a mechanical keyboard I built. I really like how this turned out. The number pad is actually held on with magnets and is fully removable. Let's see. So yeah, basically there's a kind of a high density MagSafe style connector on the side, and that just provides all the signals for the number pad to work. It's completely passive. Oh yeah, that was Danger Zone from back in 2015. Mass Drop, before they changed their name to just Drop. That was one of the bigger group buys that they had back then. I think there was over 1,500 people bought that style keycap. But yeah, I did a custom layout for that one. The big thing is a lot of people will add like one row of extra keys after like the enter and shift key, but then they use a short shift key and they shove the arrow keys down by one. And I was like, I'm just gonna add 2 rows. It gives a lot more functionality. So yeah, like these plates, it's a blue anodized aluminum. I got those, I think it was cut with a water jet or a laser, I forget which. It was, someone did a group buy, you did your design, you submitted it, and then they just had one place cut them all out, anodize them, and ship them out. So that was pretty cool. But what I like about this setup is it gives me like all the main keys. I've still got my function keys. I still got, page up and down, end and home, volume controls. All that stuff is still there, even when the number pad's gone, So it's a nice compact keyboard that's still like not skimping, And the way I did that layout, it's got everything you need, and you can use standard keys with it too. And it is all hand wired because I am insane. I think I got a close-up of the wiring going just to that magnetic connector alone. That right there, that was something else, soldering that up. So, yeah, if you want proof I'm crazy, that's your proof. got another computer that I've been working on. So that 1939 Philco radio that I modified, it used to be a lot taller. I actually cut 13 inches out of it because it was way too big. And I kept the cuts that I did on that, and I made this sort of weird shape like this. That's a 200 millimeter Noctua there. And what I want to do, I've got, it cost me like stupid money, but I bought a big piece of plate brass, and I want to at some point in time come up with like a design, and I want to send that to there's a local company that does water jet cutting, and I'd like to get that brass plate cut out, and I want to mount one plate on the front, one on the back, and let's see, I think I had another shot here somewhere of that whole setup. So yeah, that particular case that I'm building, it's about 13 inches long. It'll support a full-size ATX motherboard. Okay, like here's a okay, that's not the greatest shot. Okay, I thought I had a better shot of this thing. Alright, here's a shot without the big fan in front. So you can see there's that big open space in the top. I have a PCIe riser that will fit any graphics card up to 3 slots wide and up to 13 inches long without any trouble. The top is an intake, the front is an intake. It's just nothing but a wind tunnel, and everything exhausts out the back. Like I said, that's a full-size ATX motherboard, and I tell you what, this shot is with an old Pentium 4 as a mock-up board, because I didn't want to damage the board drilling things. But that rear I/O panel, this was practically unobtainium. So you can see this is a low-profile panel, not the full height, but it's the full 7 slots. This came off of a server, and I found the server on AliExpress, but they wanted $150 just to ship this thing. And I spent 2 days talking using their built-in auto-translate chat, trying to explain to the guy, can you pull this panel off the back of the server and ship me just that and nothing else? And the dude did it. Absolute bro. So he shipped this weird, absolutely unobtainium panel. It's a full 7 slot, low profile height panel. It did extend a bit to the left, where the power supply would go, but I literally just cut that off and closed off that opening there, making it a short panel. So yeah, this whole thing is like only about 13 inches long. That's what, like a little over 30 centimeters, 32 centimeters. But yeah, and then I wonder if I have a shot of it. Oh yeah, I do have a shot. So this graphics card isn't anything new, but again, I was just doing mock-ups. But that's a 780 Ti mounted in that bracket, along with a second, I believe is a USB-C PCIe card, like just because I had the room. So yeah, this thing is like a full 3 slots wide. It fits in this space, and that is only what, about 11, not even 11 inches deep there. Yeah, it's in a surprisingly small case for all the full-size parts being packed into it. The only thing that's really unusually small is the power supply. I went with an SFX style power supply, which is much smaller than your standard one. But that gave me the room to fit everything. So the GPU fits here lengthwise. The CPU cooler fits in this space, and then behind the CPU cooler is the SFX power supply. So it all just kind of packs in there. Hey! Yep, I just posted, oh my gosh, ton of links, which of course you just got in at the end of. Let's see. I don't know if the chat scrolls back or not. I'm fairly new to this. Let's see. Don't mind me, I'm just there we go. I'm just loading something up to see what chat does. Yeah, this is such a ridiculously old setup I've got going here. Yeah, so I'm actually streaming this from an old iPhone 6S. Okay, so it does have the chat history for a while. Yeah, so those links are all there. That's alright. Let me close that. So, yeah, I was just showing off a bunch of different things. Old calculators, Nixie tube stuff, my custom computer cases, my Kerbal Space Program controller that I'm building, and the desk that I built to literally go around it. Oh yeah? Hydration time. Oh yeah. Yeah, there's a reason I like this phone. Oh yeah. I actually keep an old 2005 iPod mini modded with 128 gig of storage. Yeah. Alright, so anyway. Yeah, I'm so mad that LG left the phone market because this thing has an earphone jack. It has a 32-bit DAC for the audio output. It supports dual screens, as you can see, and but yeah, as you can see, dual screens. Let's see. And this here is not actually a dual screen phone. It's a phone that supports a dual screen case. I love this. This is the phone. I would have considered streaming on this, but the microphone is so freaking sensitive on it. I imagine it would actually be a nuisance. This is an LG V60. Officially, it's called the LG V60 Think, or Think Q, or however their branding was. I loved the machines they made, but man, they could not market them for anything. It's really, really a shame that they left the market. LG was kind of like the one company that was still producing like an old school phone that kept like all the old, like, coveted features, you know? Okay. Oh, nice. You flash modded your iPod. Mine still got the stock, you know, iPod, you know, software, firmware, whatever. But it's an iPod mini. It works. It does what I, you know, need. Oh, I see what you meant with that. Yeah, I never tried any of the, I never tried any of those, alternative, firmwares, or however you want to call it, on the iPod. I just, like, I got used to using the iPod as it was, and I was happy with it, you know, with its earphone jack and, you know, other luxuries that you... Yeah, I did some woodworking on this desk like a week or two ago, and every time I bump something, some bit of sawdust flies out from somewhere that I didn't vacuum up. Oh yeah, man, I'm not a fan of the Samsung phones. There's just something about them. I don't like the interface. They just have little tweaks that just make it just so I don't like it. And they copy Apple in all the worst ways. They remove the headphone jack, no memory card expansion, all the stupid things that Apple does, they go and copy. And I, like, copy LG. They made some good stuff. So yeah, these boards, you know, since you're kind of new in here, these are Hall Effect Commutator boards. They go into a brushless motor. If I'm not mistaken, I think these go on to be put into centrifuges. And the backstory is I've built these for years. And it's kind of a part-time thing that I do here, and I just figured I'd test out my new-to-me iPhone 6S and all its cutting-edge glory, and just see how it, you know, worked on a stream here. So, just kind of playing around, trying something new. I'm just applying liquid flux to kind of help with the soldering process. These boards have extremely tiny holes for the for where the Hall effect sensors solder into. Of course, I'm lagging out, So I can't see if that was clear or blurry. So I will try that again. Alright, so maybe you can see that. But yeah, those holes are very tiny. And this is lead-free solder. So it's quite stubborn flowing through those holes. In fact, what I will ultimately end up doing with all these boards is I'll actually flip them over and solder the bottom end. Just to make sure that it flows completely through. The middle pin is always the hardest one to solder because it's really tricky to not have the solder bridge between adjacent pins. But it works. Probably help if I had a newer tip on this too. This is kind of an older tip. Actually, this is an older soldering iron. I bought this Hakko 936. It's disgusting. It's absolutely filthy. It's covered in sawdust and water scale from the sponge. And I bought this in 2004. It's the same soldering iron I've been using for all my manufacturing work, all my hobby work. It's literally 20 years old. Oh, that reminds me. I'm gonna find one more image. I'm gonna find one more image and share. Maybe two more images. Yeah, this is a pretty simple, very straightforward board. Oh yeah. Testing is fun. Don't mind the weird marks. Some solvent spilled on this, and the whole case just started cracking. So I actually rebonded it together using a soldering iron to heat the plastic and rebond it. This thing is just a simple tester for these Hall sensors. Actually, I've got one here that I can test right now. Ideally, I would have a rotor, an actual rotor that has the proper commutation pattern. You'll notice there's that might be easier to see the LEDs. Sorry, I'm delaying. I'm refreshing my lag here. Oh gosh, yeah, it's still kind of blown out. No, you can see it. You can see it. Alright, so officially this red LED. So ideally what I'm doing here is testing that I can turn off all the LEDs and then turn them on. And I want to be able to do that. I'm paying attention to too many things, but generally I'd be verifying that I can do this in order, and yet that works, so this one is good. Jeez, this tester I think I built in 2007. Oh, you want to get expensive? Try out a Metcal soldering iron. But no, this Hakko has been good to me for a long time. This is a 20-year-old soldering iron. Like, no joke. So, let's see. Alright, so yeah, then I flip the board. Add a little flux at the bottom. Alright. Yeah, you probably wouldn't like the blues that I put into my keyboard. I went with those clicky switches. I've actually got an old Apple IIc. Yeah. My keyboard is kind of unique. I got some of the old Gateron blues from before they went to the clear cases, when they still had the kind of milky ones. And the reason that's significant is because when I made that keyboard, I actually took every switch apart and I dyed the top half of the shell to match my keyboard keycaps. See if I can find that. Every shot is of the bottom side while I was building it. Alright, come on. Oh yeah, there's that too. Might as well post this since I ran across it. So this is an old robot I built. That is just kind of an old image, but it shows it. So there's my keyboard without the keycaps. Hall switches are nice. So yeah, I took apart. This is back when Gateron made the kind of the frosted key switch top, and so I took those all apart and I dyed them all blue so they'd match the keycaps that I got for it. So it's a very blue keyboard, except for the wood trim. Let's see. Just looking over a few things here. But yeah, so Yeah, I can understand that. Get a hot swappable keyboard. So, one of these pictures, I don't know which one it is, but oh yeah, that's the one. So that picture, I hand wired my keyboard when I built it. So that is my proof of my insanity. I didn't just hand wire the keyboard, but I hand wired it all in blue wire. Because I hate myself. I had a spool of 30 gauge wire wrap wire, and I just did the whole matrix in that one spool. And then I hand laced it with a single lace cord covering almost the entire keyboard. There's actually only 4 pieces of string lacing that entire thing. Yeah, earlier in the stream I had a solder bridge and I did a little desoldering, so I whipped out this bad boy. I love this thing. If this ever yeah, desoldering with solder wick is not fun, and yeah, I brought this out because I spent like 1 minute trying to mess with solder wick, and I was like, nope, I'm done with this. If this ever broke on me, I would replace it in a heartbeat. I don't care what it costs. These things are kind of neat. So, if you've ever seen the inside of one of these, there's a motor that runs a pair of these diaphragm pumps, which are then hosed into the suction here. This is spring loaded. This chamber can be pulled out so you can clean out the solder that it sucks up. I'm starting to pull it off screen here like an idiot. But yeah, so this is all hollow. This chamber catches the solder. That's the spring-loaded little kind of rubber gasket here to keep it all sealed. And then that's the 2 air pumps. And there's just a little counterweight to keep it balanced. And it just goes like that. I love this thing. And like I said, if it ever breaks, I'm not going without. We'll just put it that way. It's a V-twin, yeah. Yep. God, I love that thing. I cannot express enough just how worth it those are if you do any kind of like regular desoldering. I think, what brand was it? Was it a Pace? Back at my old job, we had a desoldering iron. You actually hooked it up to pressurized air, and when you push the button, it would actually blow that pressurized air through like a narrow chamber. It's what's it called? Bernoulli effect, I believe. The idea is if you take a high pressure area and you squeeze it down to a narrow space, even though this is high pressure flowing through, when it squeezes down, it travels faster, and it actually ends up becoming lower pressure because I think when it expands out again, I don't know the physics behind it, but the point is, if you got something here, it will suck that up. If there's air or liquid, it'll actually draw that in. So you can use a positive pressure here to create a negative pressure there. And that's how that one worked. But the problem is, I don't want to run an air compressor all the time. And I actually ended up, that soldering iron, or desoldering iron rather, went to my boss at the company that I do this for. So the way this all worked, back in 2009, my boss at this part-time job and me both worked at this company that made electric motors. We got bought out by a bigger fish. They picked off a couple product lines that they wanted and then closed the plant down, which sucked a lot because it closed down in 2009. And I don't know if anyone here remembers what things were like in 2009. That was when there was the big market crash, and it sucked. But it took me until 2022 to finally have a job that paid better with the same hours as my old job there. I had jobs that paid better, but they were always part-time. I didn't have like the full-time at that pay rate. It took me a decade and a half to get back to that financial level that I was at back then. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, my boss was one of the managers there, and he saw the writing on the wall right away, so he went and he built himself a new building on his farm site, set up a machine shop in there, and basically just made our old company light. You know, yeah, that it happens a lot. Bigger companies will try to buy up other ones, and they pick and choose what they want to keep, and that's just how it goes. But yeah, so we got bought out. He saw the writing on the wall, so he set up his own sort of mini version of that company on his own property, and basically I was with the old company to the day they closed their doors, which was nice because a lot of people got let go sooner. Literally, it was a case of, I think it was, my last day was in September of 2009. Like the end of September. And he was just finishing getting set up. I officially started working this part-time at that machine shop in like January 2010. Oh man, I actually got bags of switches. One of these days I might build another keyboard. Ah, I see. But yeah, the foresight was perfectly timed on this. So I basically was unemployed for 2 whole days. I started working at GameStop just so I'd have something going on. And I was actually at GameStop from 2009 till 2015. They didn't pay well, but they had a good discount. Ironically, they had like alright health insurance for being as cheap as it was. Like, it wasn't the greatest, but it got the job done, and it didn't leave you really with a lot of bill. God. There was one guy came in. he was trying to trade in some original Xbox stuff after we'd stopped taking it. It was just like, it was like the original Fable, a bunch of RPG stuff, and I was like, officially we don't take that stuff, but you know, hint hint, wink wink, I get off in 30 minutes and we can, you know, trade some green. So yeah, got a few old OG Xbox stuff back then. My Kerbal controller that I'm building, the curved square bar that supports the you know, like the actual horizontal control surface, where all the toggle switches and stuff will mount to. Those curved square bars came from the old Xbox 360 demo kiosk. When we got the Xbox Ones in, I took that kiosk apart and saved a bunch of parts from it. I don't even remember. It was literally a case of he wanted to get a game and he didn't have the cash for it, and he literally saw all that stuff as just old junk, and I might have only paid like $25 for all of it. Maybe 50. I don't remember. It's been so long. But yeah, that was a nice little haul. Probably more than GameStop would have given. Well, it's infinitely more than GameStop would have given. They wouldn't have given them anything for it. Too old. But no, yeah, if they had taken the trades, I'm sure they'd have been like tree fitty, you know. Oh, no. I just paid cash. Nah, nothing wrong with that either. I will admit I've not partaken in that in many years. Probably a decade and a half. So, is what it is. Alright. I'm not working at a terribly efficient pace doing these, but I don't care. This is kind of fun. Like I've said earlier in the stream, I'm just doing this to test things out, see if the setup works. I've literally got the iPhone taped to a metal bracket with electrical tape. That's my overhead cam. Oh yeah, I suppose that's right. Yeah. Over here we got our green funny money. Oh God. I said I was gonna do these first 5 for the test. I may actually call it after this one here, because it is 1:30 over here, and I get to open. I work at a little tech support shop that's tied to an internet service provider, and it's a good job. I like it. That's my full-time job. And this is kind of my, like, I wouldn't need to do this, like, at all, but it's just, you know, a few hours a month, you know, something like this, you know. I'm not actually billing for my actual time. I go by the unit, because I'm always either watching YouTube in the background or, you know, doing something to occupy the time. In this case, I'm streaming this. Let's see. Wow, yeah, 500 euros. That's a pretty good sized bill. I don't mind sharing. Minnesota. So, good old Midwest, don't you know? So, But yeah. No, I'm in a pretty good spot here with, work-wise and everything. Um, that job pays me nicely enough. Um, it's an interesting position because the building only exists as a store because it's essentially 1/4 equipment. There's actually a retail store in the front, sort of a little workshop in the back where we work on computers, and then the other quarter is literally racks of equipment. And it's only 2 time zones off, so it's close enough. But yeah, the way it worked out is when they wanted to build that equipment house, the city was trying to develop this part of town, and the area that they needed to build this equipment shack in to get, communication lines out to rural customers at the edge of town was owned by a different company. And I think they made like cabinet doors or something. And the city was like, how about this? We'll kind of, waive whatever property transfer taxes, blah, 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 whatever. They basically arranged a no cash property trade between the two companies so that we could get the property to build the equipment shack on, and then the other company would get a property next to their existing one where if they ever wanted to expand, they'd have the room to do so. Because what they had was basically something across the street, not next to them. And that was actually favorable to everyone. But the stipulation from the city was that it couldn't just be an equipment shack that we built out there, since they were trying to expand that part of town. They said, we want you to put something retail there. And so they set up a little tech support PC, part shop. And what they did was they split off all their residential kind of customer service out to there. And that actually cleaned up their main offices so that the upper floor could just handle, incoming customers, billing, stuff like that. And then the basement there, all they had to deal with was their business customers. So it actually kind of segmented things in a way that kind of let them focus on their big business clients at the main office, and then it got all the residential customers, basically all the, old folks and the middle-aged, people who don't really know how to run their phones and computers. It got that out, to our location so they don't have to deal with that back there. They actually don't, like, if they run a profit, obviously that's nice, but they run it as an equipment office that just happens to sell things on the side. So they're actually not even really heavily concerned about the profitability of the site, because the real benefit is it keeps residential customers out of, the main office where they handle the business customers. So it's kind of a weird arrangement that they got going there, but it works, and it's been around for years, and I'm actually pretty happy with it. We actually have had a huge uptick in just how much we've been doing lately, because some of the other tech shops in town, one of them, the guy retired, and the other one went to appointments only. So we have been busy. Let's see. Oh yeah, that's the other big thing. We've been putting fiber in so like the past 2 or 3 years, it's just been nonstop trying to get fiber into as many places as possible. We've been trying to expand and get fiber to existing customers, and obviously it takes time. but it's like it's been a huge undertaking, and honestly, it's gonna be nice when it's done with. Cause yeah, you're right, it's expensive. The company is in like super penny pinching mode, so I'm actually very happy with where I'm being paid right now and all that. Cause remember, it took me like a decade and a half to kind of pull myself back up from that financial crisis and all the garbage that happened back then. Losing a job back then, that was like the worst timing. But anyway, I'm pretty happy with where I'm at right now. Some of my coworkers are less happy, but it is what it is. We had one person recently leave for better pastures, and I can't blame them, but oh my god, losing a coworker right now when things are getting busy, that's rough. But we're making do. It's good work, and it's well, let's put it this way: it's good enough work that I spent $400 on a broken calculator just last month. So if I can do that, I think I'm doing all right. Oof, that's rough. 2%. Yikes. Yeah, it was funny. I got to inform my own mother that fiber was coming to her area. She was quite happy. Let's see, what time is it? 1:41. Oh yeah. Oh my god. I've got family. I love them, but good lord. As they like to say in some of the southern parts of the U.S., bless their heart. My sister had really, really awful copper for years. Oh yeah, it's ridiculous. Like, how is there even the justification for not putting in the effort to get the infrastructure up to date? Like I fully get it. I am totally fine with the company I work for being in penny pinching mode. They're in such penny pinching mode that they didn't even pay out the last dividends. They're investing it all. So, I get it. They're putting in fiber. They're trying to do it as quickly as possible. Because, let's be honest, some of these rural copper connections are lucky if they get 7 down, 1 meg up. That's awful. That's just awful. And there's some areas where you can't even get that. There are still places, the U.S. is a huge, huge country, and there really are places where the only way you can get internet is through dial-up or through a satellite link. And it's nuts. And it's just such a world of difference when you get fiber in. And yeah, I'm actually really happy that they're pushing so hard to get that expanded out. Some of the rural areas actually got it before where I live in town got it, which hey, it's fine, It's gotta all get installed someday. So true. Oof. Ooh. Ouch. Yeah. I think but yeah, our latest offerings, I think we have like a base tier at 100 megabits up and down. Then there's a 500 and a 1 gigabit. All of it symmetrical, which is awesome. I am not actually on that. Maybe someday I'll finally switch over, but oh my gosh. I am going to hydrate to hoping you get your fiber someday soon. Hopefully sooner than later. A toast to them not waiting too long on that. No, that's fine. That's fine. You're yelling. You have reason to yell. Yeah, I think it's so sad. I work for essentially an internet service provider, and my internet is through a different one, and I only have 26 down and 5 up. Yeah, my sister, she, for years they had copper, and they had issues with it because it was old copper. And so, you know, it was bad internet, you know? Well, they tried to get as fast a speed as they could on the copper. Well, when they got fiber, they went with the 100 megabit tier, which is the slowest speed. They go around saying, oh, that fiber, it's no faster than the old thing. Yeah, because you bought the cheap tier. Of course it's the same speed as the old high tier. Like, that's not even an argument. That's just being ignorant. It's like, come on. Anyway, it is what it is. I forgot if I fluxed this or not. You can never have too much flux. I mean, I'm sure you can, but I don't care. Oh yeah, we've still got some rural copper connections that like it's 7 down, 1 up, and that's the best you're getting. And it's like I cannot wait for all those connections to finally get fiber. Like the customers will be so much happier when that happens. Like, it will be night and day difference. Totally worth it. So long as we don't get. Oh, did I get a solder bridge? Okay, I might blow up the camera. Oh, where did I put that thing? Oh yeah, there's this thing. This is my custom ultra-wide monitor made using 2 iPad LCDs. Only one side is on because I literally have this only plugged into a 3rd gen i5 dual core tablet. because my actual real PC is over on my desk, not put together. But yeah, I love this thing. It's on a slide, so I can quite literally just slide it back and forth. Hanging from the top of my workbench, it rotates. It's kind of neat. My bits just went crazy. Something didn't like something I did. The stream went all fuzzy. So it's literally just 2 HDMI ports, which is why I only have one hooked up right now, because that tablet's only got one HDMI out. My actual proper computer that I'm building is a full-size, ATX motherboard with a GPU, so it'll connect fine. It's a 10th gen i9 with 64 gigs RAM and an AMD Radeon 7 GPU and a pair of 2 terabyte SSDs, both NVMe. And it's just sitting right now. I need to get that thing up and going. What I'm thinking I might do at a later time, my understanding is there's software that'll connect an iPhone to where you can stream it to a computer and then run it through OBS, I believe. Alright. I am really happy that AMD finally, challenged Intel and put out some good chips. Like, competition is good. It just means that everybody wins. Doesn't matter if you're team red or blue or green. As long as there's competition out there, well, sometimes Team Green just charges an arm and a leg because they can, but usually there's competition. It helps a little bit. Yeah, one of the perks doing tech support is endless stream of old PC hardware. Anytime someone recycles a computer that's actually somewhat still, usable, live by the motto, it's first reduce, then reuse, and then recycle. People forget that. So I am more than happy to reuse old junk and actually keep it, running. Huh, alright. Yeah, as an aficionado of vintage electronics, there are days that I kind of regret living in the middle of the intersection between cornfields and soybeans as far as the eye can see, because generally there's not as much neat retro hardware out here. It's just a lot of tractors. Although, to be fair, sometimes you do find some really incredibly unique things. Oh my gosh, I wonder if I can find this. I'm about to start picture posting again, because I remembered a gadget I found. So when I was growing up, one of the tractors that my father used on the farm had this digital seed monitor inside of it. Now this is a tractor that from like 1976. This is an old tractor. And it's got like stuff with digital readouts in it. And a lot of people don't realize, like, agriculture has a lot of, like, really cutting edge tech. They're usually one of the early adopters. Like, it's always going to be military and government, then like scientific and manufacturing, but then agriculture is like right up behind them as far as like early adoption goes. Now a lot of farming is secondhand machinery, you know. So you'll have someone running, you know, tractors from 1976 into the 90s, you know, and then they'll go in the 2000s upgrade to something from the 80s, you know. Oh yeah, absolutely. There have been self-driving tractors since the 90s. That's not even new tech. Ironically, with field crop, row cropping, that's actually easier for the hardware to keep, you know, tracking properly, because you're actually digging all these furrows into the ground. Those lines are easy to track using simpler hardware from back then. And so they had the tech to do it. They had ground radar in the 90s, so they could very precisely regulate their speeds. And they could do row tracking, which let them do row following, which, I mean, you had to have the farmer do the turnaround at the end of the rows, but like that takes a lot of the stress and burden. Like, stop and think about how much mental fatigue it's got to be to drive some big heavy machinery and keep it, you know, half a foot, you know, 15 centimeters left or right following a row, so you don't, you know, run over what you've planted, you know. Like, there's some mental fatigue in trying to keep that focused on keeping something that big running straight. You know, you do 200 acres, 400 acres, you know, if it's a, you know, starting to get into, you know, thousands of acres if it's these very large industrial farms. And yeah, it's like, that's mental stress there, trying to just be that focused all the time for hours and hours on end. So yeah, it's like they were one of the early adopters of the self-driving tech. Oh my gosh, yeah, over here in Cornfields, USA, you drive down a highway and you'll see fields that just have posted, you know, hybrid signs all the time. And what that is those hybrid plots they're kind of experimental seeding plots where they'll plant like a patch of a new hybrid, something that they've bred, and they want to get seeds out of it for, you know, classifying, testing it, seeing how it grows. Yeah, like, you see that all the time up here, you know. It's a interesting just thing that kind of exists, you know. But nah, that old tractor from, I think it was from 76, it had a digital seed monitor that connected into sensors on the planter, and it actually kept track of how much seeds were going into each row, and if it was running not enough or too many, it would actually give an alarm. I think there was recently a cannabis farm that was put in just, someone was growing that up here. I think within the last year or so. So it's kind of new to the area, but yeah. Yeah, interesting stuff. Oh, that's kind of nuts. Yeah, just a hair over 2 months. Not bad. But yeah, I always remembered that monitor. It was just one digital digit. That was it, and all it did was huh. Yeah, I have to admit I don't know as much about that stuff, but it's interesting. Huh. Yeah, it's a matter of time. It's that's got to get legalized completely. It's so dumb that at least at the federal level, you know, that they're still being stubborn, you know, about that. Anyway, yeah. Yeah, good on Germany. Where is... Oh, why do I have that buried? Maybe another time. I was tempted to show something and I realized I don't want to unbury it. It's literally at the bottom of a stack of stuff. And it's late and I'm lazy. So I'm another form of nerd. Yes. It's kind of a unusual model. Not many of them were made. And someone posted online, you know, post your ugly locomotives. Someone posted that and I said, I think that looks great. And after I said that, some dude from France was like, you like that style, huh? Well, I've got one that's been sitting in a drawer for ages. I'm just going to send it to you. That is this one. Could not believe the dude did that, but awesome. Yeah, right? Yeah, exactly. Time to delag my display. Yeah, if I do this more often, it might make some sense to finally get that fiber installed. Alright. On the final stretch here for this one. Probably call it a night after that, because I gotta get up and... Oh. Let's see. I have to get up at stupid o'clock. That's 5 hours and 36 minutes. Okay. I'm a fan of what they've done with their hardware, but it's first gen and there's too many drawbacks, and I want to see what they do with the second edition of the hardware. I've been eyeing that big screen VR. That thing is tiny. It doesn't look like a headset, it looks like goggles. It's insane how small that thing is. And it's expensive. I don't mind the expense because for that lightweight, it's worth it. Apple Vision is more of an augmented reality device. It's 100% VR, but they just will never call it that because Apple, has they're Apple, and they have to be contrarian and different and special. Like, don't get me wrong, I've been using Macs since 1992. I prefer Mac OS, but I despise Apple, modern Apple. They are ridiculously stupid. Yeah, a lot of what the Apple Vision, whatever the heck thing, cost more than my studio cost. I think the killer app for the Apple Vision thing is effectively virtual computing environments. I think that's kind of what they're almost aiming for with it. My understanding, like, I've not used one. I'd love to try one just to see what it's like. My understanding is that they've got the resolution of that sucker high enough that you can effectively create a virtual monitor and actually use it, So in theory, you could just have a desktop in front of you floating literally in your face, and you could literally use it in place of a monitor. I've used an Oculus Rift. I think it was maybe the first gen one, and it's like the screen door, the low resolution was just, it stood out like it was neat, but it was just it wasn't ready for like that true revolutionary experience, I think. Oh, I did a stupid thing with a VR headset once. So I got my hands on one of those PlayStation VRs for the PS4 when they marked them down like to next to nothing when they were just trying to get rid of them. And I thought, maybe someone will hack these, maybe there'll be a hack for it, and it's cheap. And I thought, we'll see what can be done with it. Oh my God. So I got it rigged up with this whole convoluted mess of HDMI cables and USB cables. I literally had the PS4 connected to it just enough to authenticate the thing and activate it, but I had it hooked up to my Switch dock, and I made the mistake of trying to play Skyrim on a VR headset, just using it as essentially a big screen, but without the tracking. I lasted 15 minutes. I literally ripped the thing off my face because it was getting so bad I could not take it anymore. It was one of those dumb experiments, like, I wonder what would happen. I'm getting sick, that's what's going to happen. That was an experience. Yeah, that I can understand why they're trying to get rid of those things. It's like the resolution wasn't terrible, but the PS4 wasn't gonna fill that out properly. And it wasn't good enough. Like, it was better than the original Oculus, but like, it wasn't there. Yeah. Yeah. I Yeah, that original Oculus, like I played around with it at a buddy's place. It was interesting and all, but again, it just wasn't there yet. And then the PSVR, that first one, was, hot trash. The resolution was better, but it didn't have the hardware to make it worth it, And even though the resolution was better, it wasn't there. It still wasn't good enough. I like the big screen, but there's too many drawbacks to it that I think should be dealt with first. There's actually a mod that you can do to the big screen that will add eye tracking to it. And it's a sanctioned mod. It's an open source thing that kind of attaches in with some 3D printed stuff. Yep. And I want them to incorporate that. I want them to just put that into it and just be done with it. It should be built in. The other thing that I think would be worth having is, like, come on, small cameras. The phone market has just made small cameras a commodity. There's no reason you can't fit a couple cameras into the big screen, even in that small form factor. There's no reason you can't do it. I want a second gen big screen to have eye tracking and AR support with some cameras. Just throw those two things in and I'm good to go. I don't care if it's $1,000 still. I don't care if it's $12,000. I'd buy it at that price, even at that price, if they put those features in. I think that would be worth it. Granted, I'm willing to spend a little more, but whatever. I think it's the size of that thing is just so incredible. Like, the small size, I'm willing to pay that premium for it. Absolutely. Like, I do not care. Yeah, I know what you mean. I'll admit I bought some big things recently, but I've spread them out. I budget it. I'm fortunate enough that my day job it covers my nerdly endeavors well. We'll just put it that way. So I can't go too nuts, but I can absolutely go nuts from time to time. So I bought a used Mac Studio because I saved $400. Let's be honest. The thing was new enough to still have warranty, right? I don't care if it's used, if it's factory reset and it still has a warranty. If I save $400, cool. I'm not paying the Apple tax. So I got that thing for a decent price. It's the smallest RAM and the smallest storage. So it's 32 gigs RAM and only half a terabyte of storage, which is ridiculous. The RAM's not bad. I'm glad that the Studio starts at 32 gigabytes because it's really meant to be kind of more machine than, say, like an iMac or the Mac Mini or something like that. And so the 32 gigs RAM, that's a nice, start. Unfortunately, it's not upgradable because the way Apple does their chips. but that internal storage is abysmal. So what I did was I got a Thunderbolt enclosure with an NVMe slot and a 2.5-inch drive slot, and I put in two 4 terabyte SSDs into that thing. Yeah, they really need to bump their minimum to 16. Like, even 16 is starting to be like strained nowadays. I can see for like your low end users, 16 is enough. But 8 is stupid. I just Apple really likes charging that Apple tax to bump the RAM up. So, and just off camera here, I'm scrubbing the boards in alcohol, switching the dirty alcohol board to the clean alcohol thing. Oh, yeah, okay, that was the last board I was going to solder tonight. Yeah. Yeah, right. Yeah, that whole, like, I get it, yes, ARM is a reduced instruction set, blah, 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 blah. Like, sure, you can argue that you can use less RAM, but not half. Not half. That's ridiculous. That's just absolute insanity. But, yeah, so my studio's, it's in pretty good shape for what I got. You know, it's only 0.5 terabyte of internal storage, but I've got 8 terabytes of SSD connected by Thunderbolt. Oh, Microsoft. Bill Gates once said something along the lines of, "Who would ever need more than 640K of RAM?" That was Bill Gates back in, oh good lord, back in the PC XT days. Like, that's such a just smooth brain comment. Yeah, exactly. Just curdled just right. See, Apple made some really interesting hardware back in the day, and it's really sad to see like them be so against working on your machine. The early to mid 90s Macs that I used to have, you could do things like, with a stock standard machine, you could install a TV tuner / video capture board. You could install like a video output board. You could, Ethernet was pretty new back then. You could install an Ethernet port onto a lot of those early machines. Some of those machines actually had proper slots where you could add expansion. The hard drive in old Macs from the 90s used to be on a plastic carrier tray. To remove a hard drive, all you had to do was lift a tab and pull it out. The hard drive was on a tray with just 4 screws holding it to the tray. There's a little adapter board so that the hard drive would socket in to the main backplane. It's like, it was kind of a neat design. Yeah, but they also were horribly notorious. I did the math one day and actually figured out the most products Apple ever had for sale at one time. Let me see if I can find that. if I can find this. I might be able to. Let's see. Yeah, I guess I can't find it. But yeah, it used to be an insane number of machines. They would artificially... They'd essentially take a motherboard and then they'd do a whole new version of it with the same chip, the same hardware, but then they'd throw like a 16-bit bus instead of a 32-bit bus on it. And then like have less peak RAM capacity or whatever. It was so dumb. Like, why do that? They really went out of the way to just nerf machines just so they could have something they could price lower to justify having something priced higher. Ah, yeah. That really was peak Apple design. The CPUs and the RAM on those things was in a literal like tray that slotted out. So you could just pull that tray out, get to your CPUs, your RAM. You had the 4 internal drive bays with like the, the toolless, insertion, whatever. The 2 optical bays. They had, the PCIe slots in them. Like, that was a good design. Like, that was such a good design. And then they did the trash can. Like, oh my god. Yeah, they really kind of dropped the ball. What's ironic is most of the reason that the modern Macs can't be upgraded is because they've integrated the RAM and the storage controllers onto the actual SoC with the CPU and the GPU. So it's a single part. There's nothing separate, But the Mac Studio, the machine I've got, it actually has socketed storage. And you can't just take storage from one machine and put it in the other. It has to be paired. Like, you have to do like a factory reset, go into DFU mode and pair the stuff. And it's like, it's so dumb. Like, you have the one machine where they socketed it and you still can't replace it. It's so dumb. Like, there's a way to do it, but you have to like essentially factory reset the machine and pair everything to it. And it's mind-boggling that I think there's some people out there trying to figure out like what specific NAND flash chips can be soldered to those modules, and they're trying to find a way to flash it so you can like, get a cheap 8 terabyte, flash on there, but it's not easy. They go out of their way to be dumb. So, yeah. I like Macs, but I just am infuriated by the company that makes them. And I can't stand the iPhone iOS interface. Definitely prefer Android. And I don't know what I will do. I literally do not know what I will do when my poor LG V60 finally bites the dust. I absolutely love the dual screen case. It was such a neat idea. Suppose I should set my alarms here. But yeah, I'm gonna miss LG on the market. Oh yeah, absolutely. They just made it such a pain to deal with the the touch ID sensor. Like, everything is locked down, serialed to the CPU. You know, pretty much every Mac since they introduced their little, T2 chip, and now all the M series chips have that all built in. But yeah, they basically have serial numbering and encryption. Like, Steve Jobs was he was a very successful asshole. The guy was an absolute genius. He knew how to market anything, and he was good at what he did. And I miss him, because sometimes you need sometimes you need someone to just be awful. But man, he actually cared about putting out powerful machines. It's like, for the longest time, Apple was just this mediocre, form over function trash. Like, for the longest time, the only Mac I wanted was, like a 2012, Tower, with whatever upgrades I could throw into it. And at the time, I never got one. I instead went the Hackintosh route. Oh yeah, it's. I'm actually a big Louis Rossmann fan. I've been watching him since 2014. Yep. I've been watching Louis Rossmann since 2014, and I tell you, I am proud of that man. He is putting in some exceptional effort at trying to just make things better, as far as repair and all that stuff goes. But let's see. Yeah, I got one lying around that came out of salvage. It doesn't recognize any drives, so I think the drive controller might be dead, but I kind of, I haven't thrown it out because you never know. I might be able to fix it, maybe not. We'll see what happens. Regardless, one way or another, at least the screens on those things are nice. Just, I'll give Apple credit. They put nice screens on their stuff. Yeah. As long as the display's intact, If it's not, then it's just toast. Yeah, the other thing I bought to go with my Mac Studio, obviously other than the PC to fill in, the other half of the screen, I bought one of them 49-inch ultra-wide monitors, 5120 by 1440. I love that monitor. It was worth every penny, and I spent a lot of pennies on that thing. I like that monitor has a picture-by-picture mode and a built-in KVM. So if I ever get off my butt and finish working on this PC here and get everything up and going, I can have a decent PC running alongside my Mac. I have the Mac, the PC are both on screen at the same time. And then I have Additionally, I got my TV hooked up to the Mac, and I've also got a little, it's a 3840 by 1100 ultra wide display, but it's only 14-inch diagonal. It's like this tiny little ultra wide. Incredible pixel density on that thing. And it's touchscreen too. I think they make those screens essentially from, the way it works is they have bigger, higher higher resolution screens. When they have dead pixels on one half of it, they'll cut off the bad half and make these like half panels. And it's such a kind of cool idea, and I love it, because if let's see, oh, where's that picture of my desk that I built? As it turns out, that monitor, that little 14-inch monitor, sits perfectly. Well, I actually designed it this way, which is why it sits perfectly. But, I'm clicking the wrong things. So, that little angled vertical step on the right side of the desk, that little 14-inch ultra-wide monitor, I designed that area of the desk for that monitor to just fill in that step, that whole area. And on the other side, I could do similar, but I got a little project that I'm hoping to someday do there. I've got a wide format CRT monitor. It's about maybe I forget. Actually, I got a picture of it. Well, long story short, this CRT is actually a Z80 computer with a ROM running everything. It's actually one of these old word processor machines. But it's got that weird wide format monitor, and I love the form factor of that. Those originate from some of the early electronic teletypes. And the reason the screen is that size, a small one like that's actually not too terrible. It's not as efficient as an LCD, but something like this isn't going to be driving really hard either. But yeah, I kind of want to play around with this thing. It's actually essentially a dedicated word processor, but internally what it is a 12 megahertz Z80 processor with I think it was 128K of RAM and a 32K bitmapped, essentially GPU. So I posted this online years ago, and I was looking for information on it. Someone from the EEV blog forums found the service manual for this thing. It maps out everything. There's schematics, memory maps, port maps, the whole works. All I would have to do is write some program, compile it for, the Z80 processor, write it to a ROM, and this would run it. Yeah, it's just, this is essentially a full-fledged computer with really good specs for being such an old machine. Yup. So yeah, it's an 800 by, I think, 280 pixel screen. It's a really weird layout. This CRT shape has been around since the early 70s. And the reason it exists, and this is hilarious, the company that commissioned the first of these style CRTs, they wanted to have something that was the full width of a page so that they could scroll the screen up and down and show the whole page width on it. The height of it, though, was determined by the size of an IBM standard punch card. It's such an old school, obsolete thing to base anything off of, but that's what it's based off of. Yeah. What's really crazy is this format monitor. Hewlett-Packard used it on some of their computer systems. But the company that created this original format, they commissioned two companies. They had a set of instructions they wanted to be able to execute. And they wanted a company to produce a single chip microprocessor that would be able to run that instruction set. They commissioned Motorola and Intel. Motorola kept falling behind with their design and it didn't work, and they kind of dropped out. Intel was late on the schedule. They actually produced the chip successfully, but they didn't get it on the schedule that the company wanted. The company ultimately decided that they would just use multiple smaller chips to do their design and get the product out the door. Intel and that company made a deal, basically, yes, you're late, but here's the thing, if we don't have to pay you, we'll let you keep the instruction set. That was the x86 instruction set. Which still exists to this day in every single Windows PC. Yeah. That is how that got started. Like, just the number of things that are just interconnected back then. Yeah. It's when you get into like the history of like computer tech stuff, like there's so much things interconnected. People, you mentioned living, in around Silicon Valley. So many of those companies got started up there. You left one company and you went to another one. Someone from Fairchild Semiconductor would go off and, work for, Intel or Motorola or start their own outfit, and do their own thing. When Intel came out with their, when Intel came out with their 8080 processor, I think it was, I think that thing cost like over, I think it was close to $300. I'm gonna draw tears. I used to have a Channel F, and being the nerd that I was as a kid, I took it apart. Same with my Commodore PET, my Magnavox Odyssey 2, my Magnavox Odyssey. I am very angry at my childhood self. I had an Odyssey 2, a Channel F, and a Commodore PET. And I took them all apart. Pain. Oh, I gotta show you something. God, I forgot how long this cord was. channel F controller. First console to take a ROM cartridge. But yeah, what a trippy controller this was. Forward and back, left and right, twist counterclockwise and clockwise, and pull up and push down. That's wild. Like, this is actually kind of a... Like this is... It's digital, it's not analog. But, like, something like this is, like, shockingly well suited to, like, manipulating something in 3D space, you know? I'm going to use this controller in my Kerbal Space Program instrument panel. And let's see if I can find one here. Oh, yeah, that's right. I can't just use the abbreviation for translational hand control. Something else pops up in search when I do that. Why did I... Oh, the light was still off. Okay. Let's see. Alright, so this isn't the greatest image here, but in the space shuttle, this was the translational hand control. And the way it worked, I'm trying to find the camera here, that knob can be pushed in and out, as well as moved left and right and up and down, just like this. That's how the space shuttle's translation movements were handled. Like, that's how it was done. So that's how I'm gonna do it. Yeah, this particular system was such a... It was so early that it predates any of the established gaming standards. It predates the D-pad. I mean, and Nintendo had D-pads on the old Game & Watch series. I forget which came out first, but it wasn't a standard back then. But yeah, like, this is such a unique controller. I'm not gonna mod this at all. It's just got a standard, 9-pin connector on the end. So what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna probably 3D print some sort of bracket that just secures this, something that'll engage with these ridges and clamp over it, and that is what will mount into the control panel. It'll probably be mounted, like if the panel is like this, it's probably going to be mounted at kind of an angle, so it's sticking out. That way I can still rest my hand on the control panel, and I'll be able to do the push, the pull motion, the rotate, the up and down, the left and right. And that way I'll have the full... Like, this is actually one more degree of freedom than the one in the shuttle has. Actually, I take that back. They had a mode selection with rotating, which, this works. This works shockingly well. I almost feel like whoever designed this controller had maybe seen some sort of video or imagery of that. Like, maybe there was some NASA coverage where they showed, I don't know. It feels like they knew about that controller, because this is exactly what that controller does. in the shuttle and on Apollo. Apollo had the exact same thing, but instead of like the shuttle has a square knob, Fairchild has a triangle knob, and the Apollo has a T-shaped knob. So you'd grab it kind of like that and then do your stuff. It's unique. Like, really just that one system. They came up with this pistol grip knob-based controller, and really no one ever did it again. I think there was something that used surplus of these at one point in time, but I don't know what it was. I don't even remember if it's video game related or not. But yeah, this is such a unique component. And I'm glad I still have this. At least it's something that I can put to use. It's even period correct. Alright. Alright. Well, I suppose I should probably get some sleep here. So, that was an interesting first stream. I don't know how often I'll do this, but, you know, like I said, kind of just did this to experiment. For those who came in later, at some point in time, I am going to be soldering this. This is, actually, this comes from Germany. This is the Retro Chip Tester Pro. It is made, what is the guy's name? I'm going to butcher this. Stefan Slabehud. I don't know if I said that right, but he sells these online. It's just a project he did himself. I don't think it's really like a commercial production. He just builds the boards, sells the boards raw. I bought mine with the main controller, the surface mount parts pre-soldered. I could do that myself, but I chose to pay for convenience. So, I also don't have a programmer yet. This is kind of going to become my programmer. So I figured I'd just buy it pre-programmed. So, let's see. Yeah. I never had an Atari Lynx. I have had quite a few consoles, though. So, the Odyssey was such a weird thing. It was more of a Pong clone than anything else. In fact, it came out, I think the original design that it was based on actually predates, I think it predates Pong by a short amount of time. There was actually lawsuits back in the 70s over this stuff. Alright, yeah. I tended to veer on the side of Nintendo. I do have some Sega stuff. Mostly the later Sega stuff. Yeah, I had the Odyssey 2, Fairchild Channel F. I had a ColecoVision Atom. That was a weird one. The power supply was in the printer, so you couldn't run the game console without having it attached to the printer. It had dual tape drives and a keyboard, and it had those stupid Atari, 7000 series like controllers where you have a keypad and a little joystick nub thing. They were awful. What else? I had NES. Okay. Let's see. My family had an NES later on, kind of when the Super Nintendo was out. We got the N64 new. We actually got our first Super Nintendo after we got the N64. I had the Virtual Boy. I have several of them, in fact. I want to try to restore at least one, because they suffer from the connector for the LED array likes to, the flat flex likes to come loose. Yeah, 13 whole games for it. I did genuinely enjoy Wario Land. Nothing would make me happier than if someone were able to recreate. Yeah. Nothing would make me happier than if someone were able to recreate the LED array that's in the Virtual Boy, but in a green LED. That red is just so rough. Green would look so much nicer and it'd be so much easier on the eyes. But yeah, so had that. Had the original brick Game Boy. Had Game Boy Pocket, Color, Advance, DS. I skipped from DS straight to 3DS. Had the GameCube, Wii U, Switch. So I pretty much had all the Nintendo stuff. I've actually got an HDMI modded top loader NES, as well as an HDMI modded Jungle Green N64. Yeah, I hate those flat flex. It's one thing when it's a socket, but when they do that stupid heat bonding, that's just cursed. That never lasts. It's always a failure point. Let's see, and then as far as other stuff, I got a PS1 used like almost when the PS2 came out. I bought the PS2, I think maybe a year or two after it first came out. I had the PS3, the PS4. I do not have a PS5, and I think I'm kind of done with Sony. I actually, so back during that whole housing crisis thing, the financial crisis, when everybody was losing their jobs and their houses and all that business, I was stuck with Power Mac G5. And I needed a new computer. And I thought, well, I can either save up for a new computer or I can buy this PS3 thing that came out. And I thought, oh cool, I can actually run Linux on the PS3. And back then I used to do a lot of video encoding, and the software I used supported distributed load, over a network. So I could just set up multiple encode machines and pass those jobs off on another thing. So I was going to use other OS basically as just an offloading video encoder. And I got Linux running for it. Oh, yeah, that was such garbage. That whole mess. I still remember to this day, like, they would argue in one court case how he was, crucial for, breaching the security of the system. And then in the other court case where they were being sued for that big, when they were down for like a month, oh, other OS was never a threat. It's not, a liability. Like, they literally lied. They told one judge one story and another judge another story. They didn't talk to each other because they got away with it. The other OS removal was such garbage. There was no indication in the update notes. They simply said that it was like a security update. Yeah, recently. I know this because the company I work for does that. What the heck is that training? That know before something or other. He had like some training program for like like cybersecurity stuff. Just good practices, that sort of thing. Yeah, I remember that announcement. I'm glad he eventually was able to, live his life. Yep. What else? So, I've only ever had a broken original Xbox. I have a 360 that I bought way back in like 2006. That is never red ringed. It's still the original machine. I'm terrified of it. Never had any Xbox past the 360. As far as Sega, I've got a couple Genesis machines. I have a Saturn. I have the Dreamcast. And then, as far as like old computers, got like an Apple IIe, Commodore 128, 64, VIC-20. The usual stuff. I've got an old IBM like XT sitting out in a storage unit. I'd like to get that thing running. But yeah, it's about 3 a.m. here, so I think I'm gonna call it here. Oof, yeah. That red ring was something else. Yeah, between the red ring and the yellow light of death on the PS3, that whole generation of machines, there's a lot of hardware from back then that failed. The whole reason that Apple and Nvidia don't get along is because the Nvidia GPUs that Apple used to use in the Macs back then, they failed left and right, and Apple kind of got left with the bill for it because Nvidia was like, "Screw you, we ain't paying." But it is what it is. Yeah, well, I think I'm probably gonna call it here. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Well, you guys have a good night or day wherever you are. It was fun. Yeah, 10 a.m. Gosh, yeah. Alright, good night. Oh, I gotta find my stop button. Oh, okay. There's a thought. A friend of mine, might as well raid. I gotta find my stuff here. Alright. Let's see. Alright, we'll do this. Alright. So just rating another streamer. Alright, well, I appreciate that. Oh, that didn't work. Weird. Alright. Learning things here. Clearly that didn't work. I can try again. All right. Yeah, I have no idea if things are working, so. Alright. I'm just loading this up here in another window. Oh God, I need to get my actual proper PC working. Oh my God, that is slow.